Hey everyone, it's Walt. We're at Durant Regional Airport, and we will be broadcasting soon. I'm still working with our camera setup, so if you can hold on for a few minutes, we're going to be cycling through our Please Stand By music. I just want to let you know that we are here. And let's see, I can show you that view. You see the Commemorative Air Force setting up their displays, setting up their sign-ups for plane rides here. And none of the planes have arrived yet. They will be getting here soon. So, good morning, everyone. Please let me work through our little camera issues here, and we'll be right back with you on Runway DFW. Sorry for the extended please stand by. We're still working on cameras and stuff, but that was the bucket of bolts arriving. We'll discuss that more in a little bit. Got some more arrivals here. Let me just go on to the show part here. Okay, so there we are. We're at Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field in Durant, Oklahoma. And we've got another classic plane on the way. Push the right button here. Now, I do not profess to have much of any military aircraft knowledge, so I'm going to be learning about these planes as we go along. So as you can see, we're pretty up close and personal with these interesting aircraft. So let's set the scene for you here. We are here at the Commemorative Air Force Barnstormer Saturday Historic Aircraft Fly-In here at Eaker Field, and we see someone from the Commemorative Air Force right over here. Maybe they want to talk to us. Let's set the scene here just for a second more. It's Saturday, June 17th, 2023, and we are here. I don't know where our clock went or our logo went. We're still working. This is a whole new setup for us here, folks. So bear with us. We don't have our little icon in the corner there, which I was looking for. It's going to be kind of laid back today, let's put it that way. Well, that's not what I was looking for. Okay, so I got the clock. Oh, well, we'll just go with it for the time being. At any rate, we've got these aircraft coming in. We should have about 7 or 8 coming in, and the one I think we've got coming in now is kind of the focus of today's event. I think this is it. There's one of these planes, and I think this is the one, but I may have to be corrected, which served as the smallest, the smallest ever Air Force One. The smallest plane to ever serve as Air Force One, which was used by President Eisenhower in the 1950s when he was president. He had a farm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, I believe it was. And he used to fly in and he used to like to fly in and out of there. It was before helicopters were reliable enough to pop presidents in and out. So the Air Force got a fleet of these planes. I think this is it, if I remember the pictures. That could land on a grassy strip at his farm, at Eisenhower's farm. And I am led to believe that this is the only flying example. I guess they've got a couple left in museums at different places, but this would be the only flying example of that particular aircraft. Well, there it is. So I believe that that's what this is. The Aero Commander L-26B, the smallest ever Air Force One. Right, so I'm still trying to set up an extra camera here. So bear with me. We're at a new place. Which, by the way, they've been very, very nice to us here at Eaker Field. As you can see, we got a pretty good parking space. We've even got a little tent to provide us with a little sun relief. So this is going to be a pretty different broadcast than we normally have, you know, where we have big jets coming in and out all the time. It's going to be pretty laid back, I would think, for most of the day. Maybe we'll find some folks to talk to about these classic planes. Bill Platt says, where is Walt located today? This is different. Bill Platt, one of our moderators and members of the channel. And as you can see there in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, it says live at Durant Regional Airport. So we're about 100 miles away. I didn't look at it on the map to see exactly how far it is, but it's about 100 miles away from Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. We're just across the border in Oklahoma. And we don't have a very good shot of it right now, but behind that plane is the one, I believe, which is called the bucket of bolts. And let's see if this is the one. No, that's not it. There it is, a Beechcraft C-45, which at one time served as a light transport plane. It could be a bomber, a trainer, all sorts of things. Oh, there's our logo. Okay, so now you know what it is and where we are. Still, I am trying to get one of our secondary cameras lined up here. So let's see if I can do that. Okay, I think we got it. Hang on for a second, I gotta go to the car, so I'll be right back. I was trying to get our 360-degree camera going here. Just for a little change of pace view. As you can see, the bottom screen there is shows the terminal building here at Durant Regional Airport. And then the top screen is pointing in the other direction. Oh, I still have a door to close on the car. I guess we'll leave that there. Go back here for a second. I'll be right back again. Okay, so we're set up on a grassy area just astride the apron here where these planes have been parked. And the one you're looking at again, I believe, is the one that's known as Ike's Bird. The Aero Commander L-26B, the smallest plane ever to serve in the role of Air Force One. Well, I tell you, Arya's World says he drove all the way here just for this. Yeah, it's going to ramp up. Another plane is coming in now. None of these are going to be large military. I think the largest plane we have coming in here is a Navy version of a DC-3. And I don't know what that plane is. I don't know if it's coming here or not. As you can see, we have some clouds here over the skies of Durant. The weather is supposed to be okay, so we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. But the wind has picked up a little bit since we started to set up. Durant Airport right now is a commercial, it's a set up for private planes. We're very close to the Choctaw Casino, so that occasionally there'll be jets that come in here. In fact, we saw a jet going out as we were setting up. Small jet, because Choctaw Casino often has big name acts. So they'll jet in here, and we're just maybe 5 minutes away from the casino here in Oklahoma. Brian Henry says, a member of the channel says, well, Mr. Walt, what little treat do we have here today? Well, it's, it's just something that came over me, and I thought, let's try this out. Let's just do a little something different than what we always do. We swing around here, you will see the setup of the Commemorative Air Force. And that is an organization which is dedicated to the preservation of military aircraft from days of yore. And they do a pretty good job of it. And, it's not just static displays. They keep these things maintained. They fly them around. In fact, one of the first tests I did before launching this channel was I went to the airport in Denton, Texas, just to take some pictures of little planes coming and going, just to see how I could do. And the Commemorative Air Force had a fly-in there with all sorts of big planes, including a B-24 Liberator, which was the type of aircraft that my dad flew in World War II. So it was kind of a sign to me that, yeah, this is what I should be doing. So at any rate, the Commemorative Air Force offers up rides on some of these aircraft. And that's what these tables are set up to sign people in. I think some of them have been sold out already. So it's quite a feat for that organization to get a hold of these planes, get them in flying condition again, and fly them around the country so that people can appreciate these big old warbirds. So as I said, we will be getting in a plane, which is I think the biggest plane we'll see today is the Navy variant of a DC-3, which of course is an iconic airplane in itself and has been is still in commercial use in some places. Michael M. says, you're about 20 minutes north of us. I was going to check the air show out, but unfortunately stuff came up. But at least I get to see a bit of it. Thanks for the videos. We enjoy them. Bill Caldham is in Arkansas. He says, good morning, Walt. Good morning to you. Lois Ernst says, thanks, Walt, for this stream. My grandson and I went to a fly-in at Midlothian a few weeks ago. And yeah, I think that was one of a series that this is a part of. So yeah, it's an interesting event. And while you do have to pay to get a ride on one of these planes, the event here in Durant is free. So if you're in the area in North Texas or southern Oklahoma, feel free to come on out. And there's a link in the description of this broadcast which will give you a direct link to the event page for this. It's really gotten quite overcast since we fired things up here, and the wind has picked up. And how do we know? Because we have direct sight of a windsock. Now, I wish I could tell you what direction that is, because I don't, unlike DFW where I know all the directions, I have no idea which is north and which is south here. Okay, the sun rose over that way, so that would be east. I'm all turned around. Channel member Going Slightly Mad says, good morning, good afternoon all. And I am going to have to explain this kind of as we go along, because I know we've got people coming in and out and they're saying, what's going on? This is Runway DFW. Where are the Dreamliners? Where are the 777s? Where are the MD-11s? But no, this is what we got for you today. And at some point, I'm going to try, now I don't know if this is going to work or not, I'm going to try to have a remote camera to do a walk around to get a little closer to some of these planes, get you some other angles that we can't get otherwise. I don't know if that's going to work, but we are going to try that at some point. Maybe after we get a few more planes in, because we're supposed to get, we have 3 in the house now. There are several others that are on the way, I am told, by reliable sources. We're supposed to have up to 8 aircraft. Got another one coming in. I believe this is one of the ones that is part of the show today. And once again, they're not all big ones. One's kind of a lemon yellow color. See an N number on this one, so maybe we'll find somebody after a bit who can give us a clue or give us some more information about these old birds. Bill Caldham says, hoping to see a P-51D. I believe that's a Mustang, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we're going to see one of those here today. You know what I think I see right now is something that's familiar to us at DFW Airport. It's a Martin cargo plane. And we see these popping in and out of from behind the UPS terminal there, adjacent to DFW Founders Plaza. And so now we know where they go. They go to airports like this. So there you see some maintenance going on, or at least some inspection or polishing. A few trains at. Channel member says, nice to see planes of a different dimension and a different generation. Been reading about Ike's plane. Really interesting. Must be an amazing feeling to sit where he sat and flew around. And Ike's plane is this one over here. Looks pretty executive for a 1950s aircraft. And again, I'm going to try to get us a little closer to these aircraft with my phone camera, feeding it into our signal here. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to give it a try. I see the Martin airplane is parked over there, and a UPS truck is pulling up to it. So it's all beginning to make sense. There's the UPS truck. But we're not here to see UPS trucks. There's some folks taking a peek inside this plane. Now, I have no idea what this one is. It's interesting looking, isn't it? Trout says, I would have showed up here. Totally forgot about this. Well, again, if you're in the neighborhood, it'll be here for a few hours, I think till early afternoon. Doc says, good morning, Walt. I like what you are doing with the live stream today. Have you ever thought about doing EAA, which I believe stands for Experimental Aircraft Association Adventure in Oshkosh, Wisconsin? Say that 5 times fast. I think you would be awesome at it. Have a great morning. Well, that sounds, really interesting and kind of far afield from what I normally do, so I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I've certainly heard about it. But this is really the first. I hear some big band music playing in the background. This is really out of, what I normally do, obviously. I do commercial aviation and current jets, and we kind of lust over when the MD-11s when we see them, and how classic they are, and then you see some of these planes. We've got another plane which is a part of this presentation. And again, these are smaller planes. We're not going to see anything too big. Very handsome looking aircraft. And Just the Facts Man says that is the Beechcraft T-34B Mentor. I think I have a super for that. A military training aircraft. Joshua LeClaire says, good morning, Walt. Dave in Las Vegas says, good morning, Walt, from fabulous Las Vegas. I'm totally digging your stream. Love these aircraft. Well, it's probably not everybody's cup of tea, but it's just kind of change of pace for us. A little more laid back. I'm certainly learning about things as we go along. We're running into some wind noise problems here. But yeah, we've got a lot of, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planes now, and we've still got a couple more on the way. And once again, this is the Commemorative Air Force Barnstormer Saturday Historic Aircraft Fly-In. We are here at Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field in southern Oklahoma. And you're watching a special edition of Runway DFW, a very special edition of Runway DFW. Here's a cool thing when you see kids appreciating these old aircraft. And that again is the Ike's plane. That's kind of was portrayed as the feature of this presentation. Or Ike's bird, I guess they call it, the Aero Commander L-26B, which was used by the former president. Apparently there were several examples of this that were acquired by the military of this particular aircraft, and they used it to plop down the president in places where the larger presidential aircraft of the day couldn't land, and before helicopters were deemed reliable enough to ferry the commander-in-chief around. Aviate Gate to Gate says, Mr. Walt, how many planes are expected at the airfield today, and what's the weather forecast for the event? I hope it's looking good for you and others to enjoy. Well, the forecast was looking good. The wind has picked up a bit since we got here. And there you can see the wind, the skies there on our 360-degree view. So we've got a mix of blue skies and clouds. Our moderator and member of channel, Bill Platt, says Runway DFW change is good. Like any relationship, staying the same tends to get boring and repetitive. This is a great stream. Well, thank you. Again, it's not going to be as action-packed as we would normally have for you. But once all of the planes get here, as I said, we're going to try to do a remote broadcast within a remote broadcast and go around to all of these aircraft and try to give you a little closer look at them and from slightly different angles. Caio on the internet says, thank you all for streaming. I don't care if they're big or small. Planes are cool, no matter what. Well, I'm kind of hoping that's what you guys think, or most av geeks think. We've got a plane coming in here, so let me see how well we can picture that for you. And I have no idea if this is part of the show or not. One of the things that the director of the airport was telling me before, oh, here's, not sure about the one in the foreground, but the one in the background definitely looks like it's a show plane. What do you think? That's very interesting looking. Well, I wish I was knowledgeable enough to be able to tell you what this plane is. We'll find out as we go along. That's a long taxi. This airport was used for commercial purposes up through, I think, the late 50s or the early 60s. You know, there were regular commercial flights going back and forth from here, kind of in a, almost like a bus stop way between Dallas and Oklahoma City. So they'd stop at Sherman, they'd pop in here at Durant, and then they'd go up to Ardmore and maybe Ada, and then go on to Oklahoma City. And that all stopped, although the director of the airport here, Josh, who was, again, very nice to us in having us, getting us a good place to set up here, he said he's working on it, bringing commercial service back here as kind of a feeder to DFW and maybe some other big airports. And you might remember at DFW, we often mention the Denver Air Connection. We see those planes come in, and they come in and out of Clovis, New Mexico. And Josh, the airport director here, used to be the director at Clovis, New Mexico. And so he was instrumental in getting that Denver Air Connection service to Clovis. And so it connects Clovis with Dallas-Fort Worth. It connects Clovis with Denver, of course. And so that's kind of his, he envisions that as the future here at Durant Airport. Because, you know, if you want to travel commercially, you've got to go to Dallas or Oklahoma City, both of which are more than an hour away from here. And this is a pretty growing area here in southern Oklahoma and far north Texas. Platt says such a wide stance on that plane. Steve Lundaby says, I'd like to call all the older military and the ones flying now the sound of freedom. Without them, we wouldn't be free. Thanks to all who have served and to the ones who are serving now. A very nice sentiment. That one's parked kind of far away, but we'll see if we can get up and close and personal to that one a little later. And again, if you're in the region of far north Texas or southern Oklahoma and you want to see these planes for yourself, head on out to Durant Regional Airport, which is not far. Most people know where the Choctaw Casino and Resort is along US 69/75. And we're just about 5 minutes away from there. So I've seen little kids and strollers and just folks who appreciate aircraft here this morning. Hans Olaf Mork says, hello, Walt. Greetings from, and I can't see that flag. I'm going to guess it's Scandinavian in some way. So once again, if you're just joining us, we are at a Barnstormer Saturday event at Durant Regional Airport in Oklahoma. And it's put on by the Confederate, it used to be called the Confederate Air Force. It's now known as the Commemorative Air Force. And the Commemorative Air Force has members who are really good at restoring these old aircraft, bringing them back to life for a modern age. Here's another plane coming in. I don't know what this one is. We'll find out. I don't even know if it's part of the show. But definitely has a very interesting profile. Maybe once they're all parked, they'll put up little placards filled with information, or at least there'll be people we can ask. And Hans was telling us that's a Norwegian flag he was displaying. So thank you, Hans, for checking in. The Eiksbird is firing up, and I believe it's giving rides, so we may be seeing this one go out for a presidential ride here. We got some people with ropes to make sure that the crowds here don't get in the way. So once again, if you're just joining us, this is a plane that once served as the smallest Air Force One, the plane which is designated that way whenever a president of the United States is riding in it. Doesn't matter, you know, we think of the big 747 of today as Air Force One, but really it's just whatever aircraft the president is currently riding in. Well, this one looks very nice. Look at this. It's like a convertible. Well, we've definitely got a front row seat for all these planes coming in here. Michael M. says, I wonder if the displaying of the Eiksbird has anything to do with the fact that President Eisenhower's birthplace is about 15 minutes from there. It is indeed just to the south of here in Denison, Texas. There goes Eiksbird. It's headed out to give somebody a ride. The Commemorative Air Force also, in addition to letting civilians ride aboard its planes for a fee, they also provide free rides to military service members, retired military service members. Don't know what kind of view we're going to be able to give you of the planes landing and taking off here. Guess we really haven't seen any planes landing yet. We've just seen them appear. So we'll do the best we can. Oh, I hear some copyrighted music in the background. I may have to play some of our music to kind of drown it out. So hang on there. It's not ideal, but We'll just do this. This music doesn't necessarily go with what we're viewing, but I just want to make sure that we drown out any ambient music which might get us in trouble with our friends at YouTube. It's coming up on 9 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone of the USA, and you are watching a special kind of offbeat presentation from Runway DFW. Not our usual fare. We're looking at some old military aircraft here in Durant, Oklahoma. And again, this is just kind of random music I'm playing so that we don't get in trouble with our YouTube overlords here. I did ask if there was any place that we could get a kind of a higher view from here, and I was told that the airport director said, "Hey, we got a scissor lift," and so he's very accommodating. I thought, well, that might be a little overkill for us. So there's the tail of that Ike's Bird aircraft. We're just going to see if we can follow it up in the sky. Thanks for joining us here on Runway DFW. It's just a little something different for us. Our friend and moderator and member of the channel, and Michelle RS says, I like the music. Well, ideally it should be more kind of big bandy, I guess, to be appropriate for some of these aircraft, but this may get this is a little too old, I think. Channel member Andrea Molson says, hello everyone, interesting stream. Thank you, Andrea. Just Let's see if we can zoom in on the front of this plane and see what's on that logo there. So it says, what? The pride of... We've got some people temporarily in the way. They're getting out of the way. The pride of... I think it says Corsicana, Texas. Oh, look at that wooden propeller. It's quite something there. Okay, so now we have the lowdown on this plane. Zoom out here so you can get a better look at it. This is a PT-17 aircraft that was used to train pilots at the Corsicana Airfield during World War II. It is owned by the Coyote Squadron based in Corsicana. I don't think we have a super for that one. So, PT-19. And that one there is the Beechcraft 34B Mentor. Another training aircraft. So apparently this one was, I'm looking at Wikipedia now, derived from the Beechcraft Model 35 Bonanza. Albert Silva says, awesome stream. Thank you, Albert. And Mrs. Runway DFW says, I beg you, pick another track. I'm not picking these tracks. These are all kind of just randomly being played because I'm trying to drown out the copyrighted music that's being played in the background here at the event. Pictures being posed for here. I think. Let's see if we can give you a shot of a plane that's in the sky. This may be the one we saw earlier. tripod goes up that high. And now Mrs. Runway DFW saying, Walt, start singing, drown that copyrighted music. I could always sing it in my chipmunk voice. No, that's a copyrighted feature of Airline Videos Live. Okay. Loris Ernst says, Walt, my grandson flew in the PT-17 at the Midlothian Air Fly-In. That's pretty cool. Hey, for you Burt Bacharach fans, here's a little tune which is intended to sound like a Burt Bacharach tune. Yeah, once again, the reason I'm playing this music, which seems incongruous to what we're looking at, is because in the background, and I know about this because it happened to Kevin once at Airline Videos Live. He was at an event when they opened up the parking garage there, and they were playing all sorts of, popular music on the PA system, and he got dinged by YouTube because he was rebroadcasting that, even though he really had nothing to do with it. So, there's really no way around it if you've got microphones on. So the best way I can think of is to play other music, which will confuse YouTube into thinking that we're not playing the copyright music. Well, it's probably a little more appropriate here, this version of the Star Spangled Banner. Heather B says, "Hey Walt, thanks for heaps for sharing alternatives, which is so interesting. I wish I was there. Suspect there won't be any Qantas there. I'm from down under." No Qantas here today. We're just going to have to deal with these here propeller-driven aircraft. We'll be back to the regular stuff soon, probably on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on the weather. Back to DFW Airport, our familiar territory. Here comes Ike's bird, returning to, I think that's it. There's another Burt Bacharach sounding tune for you. Well, we're starting to see a lot of people coming out. Once again, there is what's known as Ike's bird, the Aero Commander L-26B, which was used to transport President Eisenhower during his administration. The smallest Air Force One. Used to land on his farm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And this is the only, there were several of them. Just as I think there's a couple of current planes which are designated as Air Force One when, you know, the big 747s. But this is the only one that's still flying. There's one or two in museums. So we have this other plane over here, which we talked about earlier, this very handsome blue and yellow plane. It's going out on a ride now. Looks like somebody's in the back seat. And again, the Commemorative Air Force you can get rides on these on some of these planes for a fee. And that would sure be an interesting one to fly around in, as long as it wasn't raining. I can hear them playing Up, Up and Away in the background. YouTube would not like that. Here's a little bit of a substitute song for the Classics 4 hit Spooky. I've got a million of these crazy songs. They gotta go a long way to get to the end of that runway, don't they? And we have Durant Animal Control pulling up here next to us now. I think they're going to try to get some pets adopted. What happened to that plane? It's kind of a ridge it goes behind there. Oh yeah, I guess we'll get back to that plane when we can find it. But there's the 360-degree view here at Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field. The terminal there is designed for commercial aviation, and as I mentioned before, they're trying to bring commercial aviation back to this airport. So maybe someday we'll see an airline fly in here, provide a feeder service to DFW. Sebastian Minigamer says hello, Walt, from El Paso, Texas. Channel member Larry Brown says I've flown on the Commemorative Air Force B-24 Diamond Lil and B-29 Fifi media flights in the 90s. Yeah, the B-24, as I mentioned earlier, is the plane, not that plane, that my dad flew on in World War II as a radio operator, and I guess he had some kind of a weapon on his side. You know, he's stationed by the window. The name of his plane was always interesting to me. My dad flew on a B-24. It's a bomber. It was a World War II bomber. He was stationed in Italy. And it was called the Turd Bird. And it had the nose art on it was a picture of a bird dropping bombs. made perfect sense. Well, lots of folks have showed up here. When we got here, we're pretty much the only ones here to set everything up for you guys. And now we've got tents. You know what we have that we don't have at DFW Founders Plaza? Restrooms. So already I like this. I like this place. Kevin Kelly said, don't stay out there too long today, Walt. It's going to be a hot one. So we've got a plane firing up right in front of us. Well, we do have a tent, or not exactly a tent, but a covering for us, as you can see there. So we have thought it through that far. So I believe somebody's getting a ride here. Closing up the hatch. I can see clearly now. Pardon me? A little more unobstructed view of this aircraft now. I believe this was the bucket of bolts. Let's see, do we have that? No, that's not it. There it is. A light transport bomber trainer. So while you look at that, I'm going to go see if I can get our fourth camera to work here, which I haven't been able to do so far. So hang on there and I'll be right back. All right, well, I got one of our other cameras working now. We got two planes getting ready to go out. That one. And this one. Wait, not that one. That one. Our member Heather B says gorgeous. Runway DFW member Ralph Reif wants to know, is this an air show or just static displays? No, it's kind of in between. The Commemorative Air Force is offering rides on some of these historic aircraft, so they're not entirely static. But we're not going to be seeing any aerobatics or, you know, Blue Angels or anything here today. It's pretty laid back. I believe this one is the one that's known as the bucket of bolts. There's a low pass. I guess that's actually the takeoff, I think. Got all sorts of crazy music going on here. I've got to drown out what they're playing. So the apron has been kind of cleared out here. They've cranked up their music, so I got to crank up mine. And again, the reason we're doing that is because we don't want to make our YouTube overlords mad at us playing music we're not supposed to be playing. La 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 la. I've got to fill in the gap here. Yeah. It's like Hollywood, except it's Durant, Oklahoma. Laura Ernst with an information tidbit. They painted black and white stripes on the plane so troops on the ground knew it was a friendly plane. All right. DFW Spotters 2 says Eaker Field, which is where we are now, was named after Ira Eaker, a World War II commander who advocated for daytime bombing in Germany, amongst many things. He's an alumni of the local college flight school. And there you see kind of the general scene here. There's the terminal here at Eaker Field, Durant Regional Airport, and the tents set up by the Commemorative Air Force, which is sponsoring this event. People can sign up for airplane rides or get information about the organization. I really don't have much experience following these little planes around. I'm used to these big lumbering jets, which come in at a reasonable speed. Okay, what did I do now? Somebody's asking about ATC. They don't have a control tower here at Eaker Field. That was another thing which I saw that was being, or which the director of the airport told me they're working on doing that, because right behind us, if I can get over there. Hang on, let me punch a button here. There's hangars over there belonging to Southeastern Oklahoma State University, and they have a big aviation program here. And if they could get a control tower here, they could use it to not only train pilots, but also to train air traffic controllers. So, yes, we have fake Star Wars now. It's like Star Wars. There's the animal control truck. There's our other tripod. This is a very 360-degree kind of event, and we had to set up our equipment somewhere. Oh, somebody had a nice, 10-minute ride, 15-minute ride? That was nice. A low pass for the bucket of bolts. that was a taking off. I haven't even looked at Flight Radar 24 to see if any of these planes are on it. There's a big crowd there around Ike's bird. Joseph Packard said, "Are there any fire trucks there?" I have not seen any. I have not seen any either, but you know, oftentimes the fire brigade at an airport is in a hangar or a garage. But yeah, that's the answer to your question as far as I know. Channel member Nigel Coxon says, "Great sounds." Yeah, I wish I could give you the unadulterated sounds. Let me see, do they have their music turned off? Okay, I'm not hearing their music playing right now, so I'll pause our cavalcade of hits or non-hits. So when we get more of the planes on the ground here again, I'll try to do our little walk around for you so we can get a little better angle at some of these classic aircraft. Let's see, what time is it? 9:46, okay. Just to remind you, we are... Uh-oh. Hang on. Back to our music. I heard the Beach Boys playing there. We need some of our Like the Beach Boys music. Kyle Jordan Weather, channel member, says hello everyone. Hello to you, Kyle. Kyle on the internet says the bucket of bolts is my favorite plane there. And I haven't seen as many planes as were advertised. I don't know if some of them haven't gotten here yet, or if, you know, it's just one of those things at a show like this. Sometimes, I mean, they're all coming from somewhere else, and maybe they couldn't fire them up or had some other technical issues with them. And it's, of course, all volunteer effort is the Commemorative Air Force, so you've got to, you know, somebody may not have been able to get their plane going. So we're a little limited as to what we can show you right now because there's really only two planes that we can see clearly in our view. There's another cool one over there. A kind of high-winged one. I think somebody mentioned it had a wide stance. Yeah, John M., channel member, says we're getting good vibrations from the plane engines. So this is kind of an unusual offbeat edition of Runway DFW for you. We've got a pet adoption event right next door to us here, so lots of cute pups, in addition to all the handsome aircraft. Uncle Car Guy says, hello, Walt. Any more planes arriving? Well, we've got a couple, I think at least a couple in the air right now that are giving rides to people who want to go for a ride on a vintage airplane. And they'll be coming back shortly. So, you know, again, we don't have non-stop action here at I said DFW Airport. Here at Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field. And that is where we are. Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field. There's the terminal building. There are the Commemorative Air Force tents in the foreground. And in the background, some porta potties for the crowds that are here today. We'll give you kind of the wide view here, the panoramic view. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4 of the historic aircraft being looked at by the visitors here today. And I think we've got 2 in the air. And again, when these planes all are parked here for a little bit, we'll try a little walkabout to give you a better look. This is the plane. You can even read the sign there. President Eisenhower's twin-engine Air Force One. The only example of that plane that still flies, the Aero Commander. Red Eye. Channel member says, good morning, Walt. Nice change of pace. We'll have to replay this. Local Car Guy says, I'm surprised no C-47s there or DC-3s. There was supposed to have been a Navy version of the DC-3. I can't remember its exact designation. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if it's just not coming here or if it's delayed. I haven't been able to talk to anybody about what its status was, but it was on the lineup. And Beve, our channel member and moderator, says, offbeat, pun intended, love the music. Yeah, again, this music is all copyright free. It was made for, I think this is all made for beds of radio commercial announcements. You know, for instance, if somebody's talking about our bank is the best, then this would be playing in the background. Some dogs getting some loving over there. As I said, there's a pet adoption event here as part of this little festival here at Durant Regional Airport. There's our 360-degree camera where you can see the terminal there. And what's going on all around. It doesn't look as threatening as it did earlier as far as the skies go. The wind has calmed down just a little bit. We've got a plane coming in for a landing. Let's see if we can see how much of this we can see for you here. You might use this music for maybe a jewelry store ad. And as for where I'm standing right now, I'm standing on, I was asked to park over here on the grass adjacent to the apron in front of the terminal. Still a little squishy where I'm standing based on the rain that we've had recently. Oh, that's a fast taxi. Where's my air horn? I knew it was there somewhere. Well, as I always say, it's a public event. People can stand wherever they choose to. going to try to show you the sign in front of the President Eisenhower plane, and I just about got to do it, but somebody set up a tripod right in front of it. Oh, there you go. Hey, my computer just reminded me that it's Father's Day tomorrow, so anybody who's a dad or a granddad, happy Father's Day to you guys out there. It's kind of a guy event, huh? And that, again, if you're just joining us there, that is called Ike's Bird, an Aero Commander, which was the aircraft, which was the smallest ever Air Force One, which the former president used to commute to his farm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And they're giving rides on that thing. And Greg Hubers wants to know if this is privately owned. Well, I believe the Confederate Air Force, all the planes are owned by private owners. And got another plane landing here. No, don't play that. Did we run out of music? We're just not loud enough. Here's that bucket of bolts coming in. I can't remember how big this loop of music is or how long it goes before it starts repeating itself, but I apologize if you're getting a repeat there. Elena Dupree is our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Elena. And if this is your first look at us, this is not our normal fare. We're usually bringing you big jets and commercial aircraft and cargo planes at DFW International Airport, but today we've gone a little further afield. We're in southern Oklahoma at Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field. We'll do a little station ID here in a second. But it's a special edition of Runway DFW. I don't think we've ever gone 2 hours on this channel without showing you one American Airlines aircraft, but we've done that today quite successfully. Well, I guess we were at Love Field a couple of times. They don't have American Airlines aircraft there either. So that one there is the bucket of bolts, a Beechcraft C-45, a light transport bomber and trainer, which just gave a ride to someone. And a few Transat notes. That bucket of bolts is not to be confused with a bouquet of bolts, which smells different, weighs a lot more, but could sit in a bucket. And let me talk while this before we get more music here. So let me do our little title here. You are watching our coverage of the Commemorative Air Force Barnstormer Saturday Historic Aircraft Fly-In here at Eaker Field in Durant, Oklahoma. It's just after 10 o'clock, well, 7 minutes after 10 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. And we are happy to bring you this extravaganza of historic aircraft as a special feature of Runway DFW. So again, we're live at Durant Regional Airport on Saturday, June 17th, 2023, day before Father's Day. And if you're just joining us, the reason we're playing crazy music is to drown out the very well-known tunes that are being played on the public address system here so that YouTube doesn't demonetize this broadcast. Ike's bird is getting fired up again. Gonna take somebody on another ride. There it is there. There it goes. I'm getting tangled up in my cables here. And somebody had asked how much it costs for one of these rides. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I think it's on a sign over here. Oh, this is so appropriate. And it's totally random, but there you go. It's Ike's bird, former President of the United States, and we'll play a little Hail to the Chief. Thank you, soundboard. See, I got this musical package, and I thought, when would we ever play Hail to the Chief? When would we ever see a president? So this is as close as we're going to get, probably, a presidential plane. That's me plopping through the picture there. That plane's going to disappear beyond the horizon there in a second. So we'll show you the bucket of bolts. Ralph Reif says, Happy Father's Day, Walt. Thank you very much. Loris Ernst says the plane rides are different prices. There's one of the signs there. I don't know if it gives you any information about how much it costs. This one's going out again for another ride. Should be about time for Ike's bird to take off again. Hard to see what they're doing down there. They kind of take off from over the ridge. Oh, I think I see it now. There's the Aero Commander Ike's bird coming around the bend. Got to get my footing here. Laura Cern says these airplanes are great to see in person. And Greg Hubers looked at the site of the Ike's planes as a $245 each when purchased on site at the show. I imagine there'd probably be a discount involved for advanced purchases. Again, you may hear dogs in the background. There's a pet adoption event just adjacent to us. We say good afternoon to Louis DeHaan, member of the channel. Hello there. Uncle Car Guy said, I've seen JFK's Air Force One before. It's a Boeing 737. I believe it was a Boeing 707, or the military version thereof, if I'm not mistaken. Elena Dupree says the silver plane is a T-34 Mentor. There are two here. The brown and yellow twin engine is a C-45 Expediter. Oh, that's not it. 34, don't see that. There's the label for that one. And Elena Dupree says, if you are watching, I'm the female marshaller, so if you have questions, feel free to ask.
So I've been answering questions.
Oh, okay. Well, that's so kind of. Can you talk to us on camera or off camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you Elena?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get the microphone ready here. Hang on a second.
What do you need me to talk about?
Oh, well, I'll just ask questions, and if you can't answer them,
I'll try to answer them as best I can.
not a problem.
Okay.
Do you want to be on? You don't have to.
It does not matter. I can do it if you want.
Okay. Well, here we have, and you've seen her in the chat. It's Elena Dupree. Hello, Elena. Say hello so we can hear if you're... Just say hello. I want to make sure your mic's...
Hello?
Okay, there you go. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the event. Well, what's this plane that's about ready to go out?
So the plane that you're seeing right now is a T-34 Mentor. The orange and white one next to it is also a T-34 Mentor. These are actually owned by the Commemorative Air Force. They're out of different parts of Texas. So we have rides going on over here in Durant, Oklahoma today. It's just a kind of a ride event showcasing the airplanes. Everybody come on out and enjoy the expo. You can take a ride. They have a ride tent over here where you can buy rides. Everything is different prices. Also in the back you will see the brown and yellow plane. That is a C-45 Expediter. It's called Buckets of Bolt, and it lives in Dallas, Texas.
So somebody was asking how much do the rides cost? What's the range of prices for a ride? You don't know? Okay, that's fine.
I'll take a picture real quick, and I will come right back.
Okay.
I know for the bucket of bolts, it's $150 for the back seat, $250 for the front seat. You can be the co-pilot.
Whoa.
I want to say for the T-34s, it's around $250 for the back seat, but I may be wrong. I really don't know.
So tell us a little bit, for those who don't know, about the Commemorative Air Force. What is it? What does it do?
So the Commemorative Air Force, it is an organization that started a really long time ago. I'm not exactly positive what year. It was based in Harlingen, Texas, and a group of guys got together and they wanted to save all the military aircraft that they could after the wars. So they bought they pulled their money together. They bought a P-51, they bought a P-38, they bought a Corsair. That was the beginning of the Confederate Air Force.
Right.
And eventually, we have a stable of over 180 aircraft in the Commemorative Air Force. They are spread all throughout the United States. We have a unit in England. I think we have a unit in Australia.
Wow.
And these people are all volunteers. We do not get paid to do this. There are different organizations, wings, squadrons. We have Air Base Georgia. We have Air Base Arizona. Those are the two biggest ones. But then we have Corsicana, San Marcos, Texas. They're all over the United States. I live in Texas, so I do Texas mostly, but I do travel. And we take care of these airplanes. We have our own maintenance teams. We go out on tours. I actually just came back from a tour with That's All Brother. It's a C-47, and her claim to fame was she was the lead C-47 that led the D-Day invasion in Normandy.
Wow.
June the 6th, 1944. So we just came back from a tour with her. We went up in the north. We went to New Jersey, Alabama, Indiana, Indianapolis, and came back. The plane is actually in Baton Rouge right now. She had an engine problem, so we had to go and leave her there and come back to San Marcos. But this is just a showcase of a little bit of what the Commemorative Air Force has.
Well, that's a good answer. How long have you been with the organization?
So I joined in 2008. And I've been here ever since, and I've just kind of, since I'm a military wife, I've bounced around. I was in Georgia, and then in California, in Texas. Here in Texas, I am in the marshalling detachment. Those are the people you see in the orange vests and orange shirts. And then I'm also a member of the Central Texas Wing in San Marcos. We have a B-25 called Yellow Rose, a T-6, a BT-13, the C-47, and a U-3, which is a twin-engine Cessna 310. So we fly our stuff to air shows and around the United States also for tours.
Wow. I know I saw in Denton, this was a couple of years ago, I was there, and there was a fly-in, and there was the B-25, I think, and a B-24, which I was interested in because my dad flew on a B-24 in the war.
One.
Oh, you've got one of those
Well,
too?
it lives in Dallas.
Okay.
It's Diamond Lil.
Yes, that's the one I saw. Yeah.
Yep, she's Diamond Lil, and then the Collings Foundation Witchcraft are the only two B-24s that I know of that are flying in the United States right now.
Yeah, it was amazing to see.
Yes,
It actually.
she's a big plane.
That is a big, noisy, smoky,
Yes, yep.
big, but it's safe to say that without your organization, these planes would all be just history. They'd be
basically, if we did not take care of these, yes, they live in individual hangars or in a squadron or wing hangar. If we did not take care of these airplanes, nobody would know anything about these.
you might see some of them sitting in a museum.
You would see them sitting in a museum. Our goal is to educate the public and honor the veterans of World War II, Vietnam, Korea. We try to keep those memories alive. We try to keep those airplanes alive to take to different places and educate the public on the importance of keeping those memories alive and honoring those veterans and their stories.
Yeah, and your organization does fly veterans around.
Yes, we do.
On a free basis, right?
We try.
We try. Yeah. So, but do the rides provide the bulk of the funding for your organization?
Mostly, yes. Yeah. Our rides program, they're called Living History Flights, and we also have our PXs that we take with us to sell T-shirts and stuff like that. But it's the ride flights that provide the most monetary value for our organization.
Well, so there's a lot of love that goes into it as well.
There is a lot of love. Just a really quick story on the C-47, That's All Brother. How she actually was found, it's very weird how she was found. We had two guys that were researching one of her pilots, and they actually found the tail number of That's All Brother and researched her and found that she was still on the books. She had not been scrapped. She hadn't been destroyed. She was still alive somewhere. They found her shell fuselage in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and at a turbo conversion company called Basler. And if you've ever been to Oshkosh, you know Basler is over on the other side of the runway. And they went up there, they were like, hey, do you know what you have here? Basler had no idea.
Wow.
So they offered the C-47 to the Smithsonian. They did not want it. Dayton, Wright-Patterson Air Force Museum, they did not want it. So after some back and forth, the Commemorative Air Force actually bought her, and through crowdfunding, fundraising, and grants, they raised enough money to do basically a ground-up restoration. She started her restoration in 2015. I'm going to pause for just a second.
So go ahead.
So after they raised the money, they started her ground-up restoration in 2015, and by 2019, she was ready to go flying. They took her actually back to Normandy on late May of I'm so sorry. They finished her restoration in time to take her back over to Normandy for the 75th anniversary of Normandy on June 6, 1944, but they took her in 2019, and we're actually raising funds now to take her back again next year for the 80th anniversary of Normandy and the invasion.
How do you get that plane over? It doesn't fly over there.
No, yes, we actually do fly it. We will start from San Marcos. We'll go to Connecticut. We'll go from Connecticut to Newfoundland. From Newfoundland to Greenland.
Wow.
And then Greenland to Iceland. Iceland to I may have those reversed. But it goes across just the way they did back then, and we will end up in Britain. And so my story, though, was when we went to Huntsville, Alabama, Barney Blankenship was a co-pilot on That's All Brother in D-Day, and his niece actually came out to Huntsville, Alabama. It was very emotional. I'm going to get emotional. It was very emotional. She had never seen the plane. Wow. And actually, Basler Turbo Conversions had a little plaque put up on the front in memory of Barney Blankenship, and that's where she sat for her ride.
Wow.
She had never seen the plane before. She went for a ride. It was very emotional.
Wow.
And when we have World War II veterans that come out that were in D-Day, that made it home, we get them up on the plane. It can be very emotional. We love flying them. Because back then, when those 26 paratroopers were in that plane, they had no idea what was going on. They didn't know where they were going. We have blackout curtains that would have been up on the windows, radio silence, no lights. It's after midnight on June 6th, 1944. They couldn't pick up the cell phone and call mom and dad and say,
What?
hey, hey, we're going to invade Normandy. I gotta go. I love you guys. We'll talk to you later. Their parents had no idea.
Yeah.
And until they got a letter, they had no idea if their son was alive or dead. And these kids were 18, 19, 20 years old. And so they had no idea. But they jumped in, and we're standing here today because of their bravery. And we need to honor their legacy. And that's what we're trying to do with the Commemorative Air Force is honor those that fought for our freedoms to allow us to do this.
Well, you're about the best spokesperson they must have. But I bet there's a lot of folks like you who share that passion.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, sometimes I can cry at the drop of a hat over just some people may think it's silly, but to me it's like Deshae Miller, who came out to honor her uncle and took a ride, and seeing her, just sitting there lost in thought. It was very humbling to watch her. And so we fly around. We're going on if you live in Iowa, Kansas, or Sioux Falls, South Dakota, look for us on our summer tour.
Yeah.
If you live in Colorado or California, look for us on our fall tour. We're going to be all over California. We're going to be in Denver, Colorado, and Colorado Springs, Sacramento, Chino, Palm Springs, Mesa, Arizona, and then Kansas. We're going to be in I don't even know.
You're doing pretty
I
well
want to
so
say
far.
Olathe, Kansas,
Yeah.
Mason City, Iowa, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, on tours.
I imagine there's probably people watching now who say, boy, I'd really like to get involved in that organization. Are there openings to do that? Or
There are always openings. Do not think if you have no maintainer experience, if you have no experience, we do not care. There are so many little nuances of things that you can do. I was part of the ground crew. I'd never turned a wrench. I'd have nothing mechanical to offer to these people. I ran the PX, I did manifest lists, I made phone calls, I answered emails. We need people like that. If you go on tour with a plane, your hotel is paid for, your lunch is paid for, breakfast is usually at the hotel. You do have to buy your supper, but they will haul you around in rental cars. You can ride on the airplanes. There is a need for anybody who wants to join. We need more people. A lot of our pilots are getting up there in years. We need new pilots. If you're a pilot and you have some hours, come on out and train with us. Become one of our pilots. We need ground crew. We need crew chiefs. We need maintenance people. If you're a mechanic or an A&P, come on down. We need people like that so bad.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I asked that question.
Yeah, we have a variety of things that people can do.
Yeah. Now we've got the Ike's bird on the screen now. What
Yes.
can you tell us about that? Or can you? Okay, that's fine. There's no bad answers.
Yeah.
I mean, I know very little about it other than the basics. That
Yeah,
it was.
I have never been with that plane.
Yeah, because these planes are coming from different places.
Right.
Yeah.
I know Bucket of Bolts, the twin-engine Expediter right here, used to live in Georgia.
Yeah.
And now it lives in Dallas. And I need to go real quick.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was Elena, who spoke to us about the
They got it.
Okay.
If you need anything else.
Sure, it's
I
always...
can go,
Okay, go ahead. Well, that was so interesting to get some insight from somebody who's on the inside here at the Commemorative Air Force. So that answered a lot of questions that I had and that you probably had and that I wasn't able to answer. But yeah, if you have aviation running through your bloodstream, it sounds like volunteering for the CAF would be certainly something that would get your water boiling. Oh, okay. So Elena's back. She's got some pricing information for us.
Okay, so I'm back. To ride in the C-45 Expediter, it is $150 for in the back. The co-pilot seat is $250. The silver T-34 that's out right now, her price is $295. The PT-19 that you just saw come in, that starts at $195, and then Ike's Bird, which is back behind the PT-19, is $195 per seat.
Okay.
A real quick little blurb about the PT-19. The PT-19 that you see right here, it's blue and yellow. PT means primary trainer, and that was one of the first trainers that the WASP women learned how to fly in Avenger Field in Sweetwater, Texas. And then they moved up to a BT, which is a basic trainer, and it had fixed landing gear also. And once they mastered the BT-13, they moved up to an AT-6 Texan, which means advanced trainer, and it has retractable gear. So there was 3 little stages that they had to do with PTs, primary trainers, BTs, basic trainers, and T6s, which are AT6s, which are advanced trainers. And then once they graduated with the T6, the advanced trainer with the retractable gear, they'd actually go on and fly just about anything that the service had. They went on to fly P-51s, P-47s, B-29s, B-17s, B-24s. They basically flew everything that men could fly also. And I think we had a story earlier about 2 women that learned how to fly the B-29, and they flew it into a base where men were learning how to fly B-29s, and the men were just so aggravated that it was so hard. So when these women flew the B-29 into that base and they hopped out, they were like, yeah, it's great. That's an easy plane to fly. Well, they kind of laid down the challenge for the men, and men had to step up their game and really learn how to fly the B-29 after those 2 WASP jumped out and told them, you know, it's pretty easy to do.
So we've got a question from a viewer. Okay. Loris Ernst asks, is there a youth program associated with the Confederate Air Force?
Yes, we do have a youth program.
The Commemorative Air Force.
It is called the Cadet Program. It is for kids 18, well, basically 17 or younger. They can come, and if their parents are in, they can join. And we educate them on all of the airplanes. They can put hands on an airplane. They can actually help work on it under an A&P. And we try to get them interested in aviation, the history of aviation, where it's going forward. Now we have a Space Force in the military. Well, not here, but in the military we have Space Force. So it's to interest kids in the military and try to get them interested in the history and where the airplanes are going forward. But yes, we do have a cadet program.
Okay, well that's good to know too. Let's see if anybody else has a question here. No, I don't see any others, and I know you've got things to do, but I really appreciate you coming over because there's so many. I know commercial aviation. I don't know military aviation at all. So this was really helpful to me and to our viewers who watch our show and see all these, jets and the commercial aircraft, and this is all like a new world to a lot of us.
Yep.
So
Yeah, you just never know what's going to come out of the woodwork. You do these little town shows, expos, and we have a veteran right over there that came out. We've got a lot of veterans in the. Am I still live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have veterans in the crowd. I know probably some people are wondering why are there a bunch of dogs.
No,
barking?
I've explained that.
Yeah,
We
so
know
we have
that.
the Durant Animal Shelter over there. So if you live in this area and you need an animal, they've got puppies, they've got kittens. They're so cute. And I want to say that there have been a couple of dogs already adopted. So
That's
if you're in
great.
the market for a new puppy or kitten, come on out, look at the airplanes, check out the dogs and cats, and
So for those in the area, how long are we all here today?
we are only here until 1 o'clock,
Okay.
maybe 2. So if you're planning on coming, come on.
What time is it? I've lost all track of time. It's about 11:45.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yep.
there's time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yep.
Okay.
Weather's beautiful.
It is.
There's a breeze. It's not that hot, but
Not
it
yet.
is warm. So yeah, everybody come on out and join us out here. We've got a food truck out here. There's nice shade if you want to go in and use the bathroom, wash your hands, and airplanes to look at. So come on out.
Cool. Thanks again, Elena.
Oh, no problem.
Appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
Hope to see you again soon sometime. Well, that was Elena Dupree. So good of her to stop by and spread the good word about the Commemorative Air Force. I got to put our music back on here because I'm hearing Chicago. So I hope that answered some of your questions. And we thank Loris Ernst for becoming a member of Runway DFW. That is great. Greg Hubers says, "What a great show!" And again, this is a pretty small scale event for the Commemorative Air Force, which holds a lot of these events all over the place. And we've got, let's see, at least 1 or 2 aircraft which are flying out and about. In fact, I think I see one coming in now. Let's see if we can spot that for you. Well, it is an aircraft coming in. I don't know if it's one of the ones here in the show. I think this is just a general aviation aircraft landing here. It's making the turn towards hangars. And there is Elena, who we were talking with just a little bit ago. She's said she's a marshaller who helps get the planes in place on the runway and make sure everybody's safe who's around the aircraft as they're in action. Well, let's see. I think what I'm going to try to do now, where's my phone? I'm going to try to dial in to our program here and give you a little bit of a walk around. Don't know how successful it's going to be. there's our camera. Well, there's our camera. Turn on. Got it. Okay, I don't know how well this is going to work. What I'll do, I think, is to let's see here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put the. You'll see a picture there in the corner of the screen. I think we have a pretty low frame rate here. But as long as you can hear me, we're going to walk around just a little bit. See if we can make this work. What I'll do is I'll stop every now and again so that you can, so the picture will straighten itself out. I don't know if we're getting this other music online. So many interesting aircraft here. We'll go over to the Ike's plane in just a second, the Ike's bird. Get a back shot of this. So what we're doing here is we're transmitting our signal, we're transmitting remotely and headed back to our remote unit here. Now what we're looking at here, this is the Ike's bird, the Aero Commander, which is used by President Eisenhower during his administration as a way to get to his farm, Gettysburg, and other places which were inaccessible to larger aircraft. Pretty sleek looking plane for a 1950s aircraft. Let's see if we can get a look inside here in a second. There's the cockpit of the Aero Commander.
Are they big ass?
How much of the interior we can see. I have no idea if we're still on the air, but bear with us. Here comes one of those trainers. Now we're going to take a look at the bucket of bolts. Something Elena told us about during her conversation with us. Kind of a racy. Let's go on the other side to get it in the sun to see the nose art, as they call it. I believe this is the biggest plane we are seeing here today. I still hear our crazy music playing, so we must still be on the air. I just don't know how well you're seeing our shot.
Right. Yeah, I wish I got to do this with my dad.
Do that. Take care of this. Okay, quick safety briefing. Emergency, the best way in, best way out.
So we've got a family here going for a ride on the bucket of bolts. They're getting safety instructions now.
Never had it happen to me, but to us. But it's adorable. It's in flight. The plane flies fine without the door being closed. I don't want you to try.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want you to try to close it. Let's just go and have a good flight. Get in, make sure again. Tell me again when you get out, okay? Okay. All right. Why don't you jump in first? All right. I'll look forward on the right side. Get in. Good, all's good.
This is your dad. Okay, so take you on board. Stay with him. Yep. Good stuff. There you go. You grab his hand, Dad.
My dad spent 6 months trying to learn to walk again so he could get in one of these. So it's good seeing that your dad's doing the same. I got him by the door. It's good.
So there you see a military veteran getting a chance to ride on this beautiful plane.
And then it took I think 6 or 7 guys to get my dad in. And one, we took a easy 3.
Guys, y'all get step down the bus, stay back here. Plane coming in.
I'll stay this way. Okay.
So another plane coming in. We've got to get out of the way here. Get behind the ropes. So I hope you're all enjoying this special edition of Runway DFW, live from Durant Regional Airport in Oklahoma. A little air show put on by the Commemorative Air Force.
Big call, I think. Yeah, it's right about a song.
We'll watch this plane come in and then I'll head back to Runway DFW headquarters. So if you've been sending messages, I can't see them right now based upon my status as a remote feed. But I hope you're able to see some of that. I'm not sure we have a good enough signal to give you everything. Here's someone else getting ready for a flight.
For those to be like that, and then we got one coming from the side. Yeah, you know what? They just keep it separate from the one on this side.
Gotcha.
Excited about this flight?
I am.
Have you ever been on one of these before?
Never have. Wow.
What made you want to head on this one?
The open air.
Oh yeah.
Open air, yeah.
Okay.
I thought it'd be like real flying.
That is real flying, that's for sure.
Cindy, they're gonna have to refund the money.
Okay, so I think we're headed back to home base here. So thanks for bearing with us. I don't know what our signal was like, but hopefully you got a taste of, there are my fingers in the shot. Hopefully you got a taste of what was going on here. Now we're headed back to our little tent. Little Runway DFW. All right, I got my headphones back on here so I can see, get some comments here. Oh, Dwayne C. said, Walt, you'll be glad to know the signal was great. Yeah, I was seeing a lot of stuttering when I was setting it up, so I didn't know how well it would go through, but I thought it was worth a try just to get you a little different angle from our locked down position here. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Here, let me do that. Let me get our cameras all set back up here. Oh, the bucket of bolts is firing up. Now that's the plane we were in where we saw the family getting in. There was an older gentleman who was apparently a war veteran. And also some, like a grandson or a great-grandson getting in. So it was a whole family thing going on. Quite heartwarming to see. And as Elena told us earlier, these flights help to fund the Commemorative Air Force organization. Aviate Gate to Gate said audio is 100% perfect. Video is not bad, more like still freeze frames every now and then. Thank you for sharing. Well, happy to do that. I'm glad it didn't just crash entirely, which is what I was afraid it might do. So, Bucket of Bolts getting ready for another ride. Gotta check my batteries here. How are we doing, batteries? Ooh, 29%. Well, I have to switch over to another battery. If you're just joining us, just after 11 o'clock and you're watching Runway DFW live from Durant Regional Airport in southern Oklahoma. We're just north of the Texas border. Just a stone's throw away from the Choctaw Casino and Resort. And we are at a Barnstormer Fly-In of the Confederate Air Force. I'm sorry, that's their old name. I'm talking about the Commemorative Air Force. And as we heard from Elena Dupree earlier, it's an organization of volunteers which maintains these warbirds in flying condition so that they can be appreciated by future generations. Give you the official station ID here. It's Barnstormer Saturday. Historic aircraft fly-in here. Saturday, June 17th, 2023 on Runway DFW, where normally we'd be bringing you all sorts of commercial aviation action, big jets and such, but today, not so much. And if you're just joining us and wondering why we're playing kind of random music in the background, it's in order to mask the copyrighted music that is being played on the PA system here, which, you know, of course, they can do that, but I just can't broadcast it on YouTube. So in order to give you some ambient sound, so you can hear the airplanes kind of in the background at least, I've got to play our music to disguise the fact that we are having some unauthorized music being played on our channel. So I hope you understand. It's not ideal, but it's all we can do. Got another plane getting ready to rev up. This is the one we saw. It was the last plane we were up close and personal with. We talked to the gentleman who was getting the ride and said he wanted the open air experience. So there he is. He's getting it. I think he's pretty happy about it. And Aviate Gate to Gate says, I would be excited too to be riding on that plane. Terry M says, pretty cool, Walt. Being 71, these planes don't look so old. LOL, thanks from Michigan. Well, Terry M, I'm not quite too far behind you. In fact, I'm a septuagenarian myself, so these do reverberate with me. I remember seeing my dad get on a big old, what was it, the Connie, right? The one with the four-engined plane with the split, or I guess it was a tri-tail, I think, Constellation, commercial airliner. I don't remember getting on. I remember him getting off. He was on a business trip to Alaska, and he came into what was then, no, it wasn't LaGuardia Airport then. It was, what was JFK called? Oh, Idlewild. He's coming into Idlewild. That's a long time ago. Late 50s, I would guess. There's Elena there in the foreground, or in front of that plane. She's getting ready to help direct it as it takes off. Elena was talking to us earlier on Runway DFW about these planes and the Confederate Air Force and what it means, and it was a really interesting conversation. Our friend Epic Toastman, who debuted his new camera last night, his new nighttime camera, said he went to a similar thing a while back, but at Greenville Municipal Airport. Epic Toastman, of course, a fellow streamer at DFW Airport. There goes the bucket of bolts. All right, folks, my tripod's a little loose there. Plane firing up one of these Beechcraft trainers. We've got Ike's bird now lighting up the radar here. I haven't looked at my radar. Do these planes appear on the radar? I suspect not. No, I don't see anything on the radar. Oh, let me defilter it. No, these planes are all flying under the radar, apparently. At least Flight Radar 24. There goes the Aero Commander, which we got a little closer look at earlier. And once again, if you're just joining us, this plane is one of several that served President Eisenhower during the 1950s, during his administration, as what turned out to be the smallest ever Air Force One. And somebody's getting an executive ride right now. I've got to reposition my secondary camera here so that we can see something. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Taking a little break here, or I am at least. Can you see clearly now? Looks like somebody's clambering in for another ride. Trying to find a clear shot for you here, but sometimes it's getting crowded here. Lots of people have showed up. Well, as you can see, we're in a nice shady spot provided by a cheapo Walmart cover up here. And there's our 360-degree camera. You can see the sky. It's a pretty sunny day. Some clouds evident, but certainly nice and bright here on the apron in front of the Durant Regional Airport Terminal. So hey, Mary Tyler Moore fans, listen to this song. Thank you for subscribing to our channel, Michael Kepper. Just to let you know, this is not our usual fare here at Runway DFW, but normally we focus on commercial aircraft and the scene at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. So there's just kind of a little sidebar to what we normally do. Our friend James Webb, a member of the channel, is saying, "This is fun today, Walt. Thank you." Thank you, James Webb. Good to have you aboard. So yeah, we're looking at somebody else who's getting ready to go on a ride aboard that trainer aircraft operated by a member of the Confederate Air Force. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. You know why? Because when I first knew the organization, that's what it was called. It's called the Commemorative Air Force now. So I apologize for that. It's just... It's like my lawnmower. I tried a couple of times before it starts up. Give it another try. By Jove, I think he's got it. Aviate Gate to Gate says, "How do I get some pizza?" There's a bunch of there's a trailer over here with a bunch of boxes of pizza in it. running out of angles here. It's got a truck blocking us. I was going to investigate some other music here. So yeah, we got a little some different music here. It hasn't been curated kind of the way that our other music has, so I don't really know what we're going to hear here. We may have had a wind shift because planes are taking off from the other direction now. Reverse offset, Durant Regional Airport. Get myself a nice cold bottle of water here. What's the temperature in the shade? 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, not too bad. Let me investigate. I've got to do something to shift our battery around so that we don't go off the air inadvertently. So why don't you look at this nice wide shot of the airport here, and I'll go switch that around. And again, you're hearing this music now. They're playing the Righteous Brothers on the PA system here. So, got to keep the Righteous Brothers at bay. The excellent Runway DFW moderator and member of the channel, Ms. Wolves 13, with a hello. Hello, Ms. Wolves 13. Happy you can pop in today. And Beve is calculating that 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees for our international viewers. Yeah, because I don't think anybody else in the world uses Fahrenheit except us, right? Crazy Americans. So yeah, we have had operations be reversed here. Just got a pickup truck in our sights on camera 2. We do have a plane coming around here. Let's see what we can. It's going to be landing. I believe this is Bucket O' Bolts coming in for a landing. If it's not people, it's flags. I've lost sight of Bucket of Bolts. There it is. So I believe this is the plane we saw the older gentleman get in, along with at least one younger member of his family. Very cool. Yes, the music you're listening to, ladies and gentlemen, all coming to you from jinglesamplers.com, our official source for Runway DFW music. To dial up our music here. Bucket of bolts to carload of kids. Yes, Dogwood67 channel member asks, loving the PA music. Guessing you can't broadcast it though to get a royalty strike. Yes, that is accurate. That is why we're playing this very generic, extremely generic instrumental music in the background. waving. He had a good time, I think. An open air flight. John M. says, Runway DFW, off today's topic. Your new telephoto zoom lens really got us up close yesterday. Yes, it did. And we're very thankful to our channel sponsor for that. There's our friend Bill Platt, and channel moderator and channel contributor. There's some pictures online of a C-17 recently decorated in invasion stripes. She looks fantastic in them. Thank you for that, Bill. John M. says, if I were there, I'd do the open air flight as well. I'm just happy to see them flying around. I don't know if I'd do that myself. Here comes Ike's bird, the Aero Commander, smallest Air Force One, after one of its rides. I might go for that. I'm kind of a fan of more than one engine. Oh, sorry. Another plane spotter there, just checking in. Let me know that they see me there all the time. these trainers coming in now, having offered up somebody a nice ride. 757 Chip is here with a $10 super chat. Thanks for making the trip down to share this with us, Walt. Happy to do it. It's been quite enlightening, I would say. I've never been to an event quite like this. And Cubs Win, a channel member, a quad jet member, as I recall, says, great show, Walt. I'm enjoying this. Different is good. Thank you, Cubs Win. And I was just checking back to see if I missed any any contributions or super chats, because for some reason the little sound I normally hear to indicate a super chat is not working today. So, and my computer's behind me instead of in front of me as it usually is, because I've got kind of a little different setup. So. Mark Perry says, howdy Walt, great show, and I would not fly open canopy as I cannot stand to ride with the car windows down. Well, I guess it'd be a little different experience, kind of. But I know what you mean. Well, it must be quite a cool experience to be a member of the Commemorative Air Force and to be a part of providing rides like this. And 757 Chip checks in as a new member. Thank you, 757 Chip, or just upgraded his membership, so thank you very much. We'll do our rundown of members a little later in the broadcast. The camera's not really focused in on anything, is it? Let me make an adjustment here. I've got to clamber over some cords and get to the other camera. So we'll focus camera D over here on the bucket of bolts so you can get a good look at that. Brian Trentham says, we miss you at Founders Plaza, Walt. Looks like a fun time there, though. Be safe traveling. But you know, Frank, this is only about 15 minutes away from where my official workplace, which is at K10 TV in Denison, Texas, which is just across the Red River from here. And of course, it is the birthplace, as someone mentioned earlier, of Dwight Eisenhower, whose plane we can see there. Well, kind of see, there's a big crowd of people in front of it. Got a fuel truck pulling in. Some of these old birds may need a little gas. Looks like somebody's getting ready to go for a ride. And of course you get some pre-flight instructions along the way. 757 Chip says we'll have to get you up to Oshkosh for the EAA Air Venture show sometime, Walt. It's an amazing event. And yeah, somebody else mentioned that earlier in the show. I don't even know when it is. I've definitely heard about it. I don't know. Sounds like it might be so overwhelming. But yeah, I'm all for new experiences. There's the fuel truck. Looks like Ike's Bird is getting ready to get gassed up there. We're going on, we will have been with you for 4 hours pretty soon here. One of our longer broadcasts. Not the longest, but kind of fun. There's a look at our 360-degree view. You can see the clouds have kind of intensified there. Our little shade structure is providing us with just enough coolness in just the right spots for us to not get too hot. Let's see if I can move the table a little bit more in the shade here. So the apron is kind of empty right now. There's several of the planes that are in the sky. Greg Huber says, pre-flight instruction, don't throw up. I'm sure they must provide some kind of some kind of remedy for that. You would think. But yeah, this has been going on for a long time. Or what seems like a long time, probably about 10 minutes or so. This young man in the bright yellow shirt, or is that green? I can't tell. Being told what to do, what not to do. Joshua Leclerc wants to know, what is your favorite aircraft for the Barnstormer Fly-In? You know, despite its historic significance, the one that Ike's Bird, I kind of like me some bucket of bolts. That is, turns out to be the biggest plane here. It just seems interesting. See, is it going to go long or just... I guess it'll go a little along. Gonna drown me out some country music there. Another happy customer. Not quite as enthusiastic as that one open cockpit passenger we saw who had his fist up in the air even before they took off.
I'm good now. I've been on camera enough.
Okay, we're going to talk to, see if we can dial down that music a bit. We're going to talk to Josh. Josh, how do you say your last name?
It's pronounced Matekovic.
Matekovic, okay. Now, we were talking before I set up here, and tell us a little bit just about the airport.
So here at Durant Regional Airport, we are located in Durant, Oklahoma. We have the 4th longest runway in the state of Oklahoma, and we are about the 7th busiest airport in the state of Oklahoma as well. We are home to Southeastern Oklahoma State University. We have their aviation department out here at the airport as well. They operate, I believe it's 22 aircraft out of their aviation department. We have approximately 86 based aircraft here at our airport, to include over about a dozen or so jets.
Wow. And you were telling me a little bit, we'll get to the show here in just a second. Well, let me get to the show now, because maybe you'd have to go and we wouldn't get to it. How's it going? How's the turnout been as far as you were concerned?
This has been a fantastic turnout. I think everybody that is attending has just been leaving with smiles on their face. So I think everybody's really enjoying seeing the historic aircraft out here, being able to see President Eisenhower's Aero Commander, which was used as his Air Force One. Interesting note on that is it's actually one of the smallest Air Force Ones to ever be used. And just the Commemorative Air Force out here has been absolutely fantastic.
They really have.
The work they're doing out here and keeping everybody safe and everything like that is just absolutely amazing. We're so happy to have them out here. It's such a privilege.
You'd like to have them back.
Oh, absolutely. We'd love to have this back again. This is actually I believe one of the first times an event like this has ever been done. They've had fly-ins in the past, but I don't think it's ever been to the extent that this is with the aircraft that we have here. Now we are working already on possibly getting them back next year. A lot of planning and details go into that, but there's a possibility we may have more aircraft out here next year if we get this back.
Sounds great. Now, as far as the future of the airport, as we discussed earlier, about how it could. Right now, you don't have commercial traffic here, right?
Correct.
You can't get on an airline here and go somewhere else.
Correct, yes. That is one of the projects that we are in discussion on and work on, is looking at trying to get a possible passenger service to operate out of the airport. There's several different ways to go about that. You know, the Essential Air Service program that's done through the Department of Transportation, we may look at that. But there are options that we're exploring right now on getting something like that in here.
And you were telling me you have some experience in doing that.
Yes. So
Not to toot your own horn, but...
Yeah, so I actually used to work at an airport up in New Mexico, and I was the airport director there for about 4 years. And they had a commercial service operator that
the smaller
operated out of
city
this.
in New Mexico.
Well, it was actually bigger than Durant. It was about almost 50,000 population for that city.
Well, but Durant is surrounded by other big cities, though, right?
Correct. Yes, we have several smaller communities and smaller towns around, and you know, it would definitely be a benefit, I believe, to Bryan County and the surrounding areas if we could get something like that in. People wouldn't have to drive, you know, an hour and a half down to Durant, or DFW, hour and 45 minutes, you know, depending on how you drive.
Yeah. And if you went to Oklahoma City, you'd probably wind up back at DFW anyway to change planes somewhere.
Correct. Yeah. So we're exploring options. It's not anything that's going to happen overnight. If it does proceed forward, I mean, it could take up to probably about 5 years to get something in operation out here. But the process has been started. We're moving forward with that.
Sounds great. So, this has been the only kind of event like this you've had here at this airport, right? Do you have
this
any
year
other?
We have. So before in the past, we had another event around Halloween time. It was a candy bomber event. It wasn't the greatest event. It had a lot of...
How did that work?
It didn't work all that well. I mean, we had a lot of people turn out for it, but could have been better planned. I'll admit that.
Well, let me... would it involve, does the name of it kind of describe what was supposed to happen?
The name did describe what was supposed to happen, but what was supposed to happen didn't really happen all that well. We had scheduled to have a bomber aircraft come in and drop candy out of the bottom of it with parachutes on it.
You can go ahead.
And that just didn't work out all that well. We ended up getting a helicopter to try to do it, and the parachutes just didn't work out the way we wanted them to.
Well, it sounded like a good idea. So how long does this continue? It's what, about noon? Almost noon now.
This will go till about 1:30, 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay.
Anybody in the surrounding area that wants to come out and check it out, we're more than happy to have them. We've got our animal control unit with Durant out here doing an adoption event. They've already had 3 adoptions today so far.
That's great.
Fantastic for them. We've got a local food truck vendor out here, Rancheros. They're selling a lot of good food. It's really tasty. We've got, obviously the Commemorative Air Force out here. They've got some memorabilia you can purchase for the aircraft out here and various stuff like that. Contact information for volunteers and other stuff like that.
We were talking with one of their representatives, Elena out there, and she was letting us know all about the organization and how they really need volunteers.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Definitely. They're always wanting volunteers. They do air shows all the time. Air shows, fly-ins, they're all over the world.
So you want to get on their list?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Or stay on their list, I guess.
Well, I believe this right here is definitely a good step. We've definitely had a significant turnout. I'm not going to lie. It's beyond my expectations.
That's great.
Really did not expect this much of a turnout, but it's been absolutely fantastic.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, we were also talking about what goes on over there. I think you might have mentioned just briefly, but tell us about the Southeastern's program, aviation program over there?
So their aviation program right now, they're actually a pipeline for a couple different large air carrier services. I believe they're with Southwest, United. I think they're working, I believe Delta's on their list as well. And so you can go to Southeastern, get your commercial pilot license, and basically pipeline right into Delta or Southwest or United Airlines and stuff like that.
I've heard they need pilots right now.
Oh, they need, the aviation industry is severely hurting for pilots. They're hurting for A&P mechanics, for avionics experts. I mean, it's definitely a good industry to get into. It's a growing industry and definitely a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, it sounds like the place to be.
It definitely is. It's definitely a very fast-growing and very employment-hurting industry.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Get in that pipeline.
Yes, sir. Absolutely so.
All right. Anything else you need to tell us or let us know about?
No, we just appreciate you being out here.
Hey,
it's fantastic having this opportunity. And
you got us set up in a great place, and I think everybody's enjoying themselves.
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Josh.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, that's Josh. How do you say your last name again?
Matekovic.
Matekovic. Josh Matekovic. He's the airport director here at Eaker Field, Durant Regional Airport, and he's a man with a plan. So we're glad we could talk to him. He got here early today, and we talked to him, and he got us here just adjacent to the apron, and had a good time.
I gotta go though.
Giggles Constantine says, "Good morning, all here in Washington State. Definitely a lovely day for an air show. Do miss going to them." And yeah, this is not, this is an air show that is, when you think of air show, you might think of, planes, Blue Angels and planes doing aerobatics, things like that. As you see a plane being refueled. But, I better turn up my music again. But this is one of those more laid-back air shows. The Commemorative Air Force is giving rides out to people. They're not giving rides out, they're selling rides. That's how they, as we learned earlier, that's how they fund their mission to preserve these aircraft, one of which is taking off now. I do believe our tent is getting in the way there. Beve, our moderator and member of the channel, says, "Great hearing from Josh M. Thanks for the interview, Walt." Yeah, he was really cool. Very inviting. Said he gave me the gate code and said, "Drive on in." Set up, and that was around about 6:30, I would say, when I got here. We went on the air just about 8 a.m. And even with that much time, I really didn't have enough time to do as much as I had hoped to do in terms of getting everything squared away. So we're still kind of plugging things in and making sure things were working right. I did some testing on our stream to begin with and found I didn't think we had enough bandwidth to go full 1080p, so we're coming to you in glorious 720, which YouTube doesn't even consider to be HD. I do, but they don't. Boulay says hello from Fort Worth, Texas. What a nice day. It is a nice day. You know, I was gonna just for grins, I was going to see how far away we are from DFW Airport. So that's what I'm doing now on a map. So let's see here. So from here to our regular perch at Founders Plaza, we are precisely 80 miles as the bird flies, or as the plane flies. It's a lot further than that if you drive, because there's no like direct route. And there they are, getting ready, the bucket of bolts. Getting the bucket of bolts ready for its next mission. And we've got a clear shot of the Aero Commander once again, the Ike's bird. Well, it is just afternoon here in the central time zone of the USA, and you're watching Runway DFW coverage of the Commemorative Air Force Barnstormer Saturday Historic Aircraft Fly-In. Thank you. Our music ended just at the right time. Maxine checks in, says, "Hi all, greetings from the Netherlands." Hello to you. I'm guessing it's a late afternoon there on a Saturday. Hope your weather is good. We may have to wrap this up pretty soon, or else we'll run out of batteries. So I think we've pretty much shown you what's going on here. We've seen the planes, we've seen rides being gotten. I like the looks of this plane. Like the color scheme. It's got, what are those things around the engine cowling there? Is that just decorative, or is that some kind of, you know, those little bumps around there? Maxine says it's 7:06 p.m. and awesome weather, watching an awesome show. Great work. Thank you, Maxine. We'll explain again why we have this kind of generic music in the background. It's because the PA system here, which we're pretty close to, is playing copyrighted music, which YouTube doesn't like us to redistribute without authorization. So we are trying to drown it out essentially, which is not ideal, but we're just trying to stay in the good graces of our YouTube overlords. And there you see bucket of bolts firing up. Engine number, I want to say 1. Engine 2. So what these planes are doing, if you just joined us, they're providing rides to paying customers, and this is how one of the ways that Commemorative Air Force funds its program to preserve and maintain these incredible aircraft, which otherwise, you know, they might wind up in a museum somewhere, but they certainly wouldn't be flying around. So it's living history here on Runway DFW. Is this the one? No, that's not it. That's not it. What am I looking for? There it is. That's a description. That's the Beechcraft C-45 bucket of bolts. Hearing a helicopter now. There's a medical helicopter. Well, maybe see it in a second here. Of course, we can see medical helicopters all the time. We don't see a bucket of bolts every day. Interesting livery. Straight up, because that's what helicopters do. Hearing the fifth dimension very clearly. fine bucket of bolts out there. Guess we'll just wait for it to start rolling. There it is. Hang on. Something's coming in. Is this one of our planes or just a general aviation plane? Obviously, we do not have an elevated position here, so we can't... it's a little harder for us to follow along with the planes as they come and go. But there's the Aero Commander revving up for another Commemorative Air Force flight. Another incoming flight. I believe this is one of the show planes. Getting busy here. Plane looks a little lonely over there. So I thought we'd give it some Runway DFW love. You see some kids getting up close and personal with an animal, a pet that's available for adoption from Durant Animal Control. As you heard Josh tell us earlier, they've found new homes for about 3 new pets today, which is super to hear. S-35 Bonanza pilot says, good afternoon, Walt. Looks a little breezy there in Oklahoma today. Love the Beech T-34s. Thank you so much for bringing all this wonderfulness today. And yeah, it's been really fun. Just not something we get to see every day. Skyside Film says, good afternoon, Walt. Do you know how much they charge for the rides and how long they are? The rides seem to be about maybe 15 minutes, I would say. Maybe a little more if you count in the pre-flight instructions and the taxiing and all that. But so they're not long flights, but just enough to give you a taste of what these aircraft are like to ride around in. It's a young man getting in that one. I don't know, we just caught the tail end of it. I don't know if he's just getting a sit in there or if he's going to go for a ride. So anyway, it's several $100s for the rides, I believe. Yeah, he was just getting a sit down in there. That's pretty cool. There is a link in the description of this broadcast to the event here, and I think that gives some information about it. Everybody wants to get a picture in this blue and yellow plane. Beve says, Sky is saying, we heard that the flights range in price. I explained, for example, start to $245, but there are less expensive ones too. And again, it all goes to a good cause, which is to fund the operations of the Commemorative Air Force, as we heard from their representative earlier on our broadcast. Joseph Packard, a member of our channel, says someone should gift a membership to the director of the Durant Airport. Well, I don't think he's a member. I don't think he's a subscriber of our channel. I should have suggested that, huh? But S-35 Bonanza pilot says, great to see an airport actually promoting general aviation. Usually the city councils want to shut the general aviation airports down due to ignorance of the benefit of GA to the community. Well, as Josh told us, there's a lot going on at this airport that doesn't involve general aviation, including the Southeastern Oklahoma State University aviation program, which is a big operation. They train pilots. I don't think we got into it with Josh on the air, but he was telling me earlier that they're angling to get an air traffic control tower here at Durant Regional Airport, which it doesn't currently have, and that would serve to help train students in that discipline. So lots of aviation stuff happening here in Durant. And as Josh told us, he's also looking to get commercial service reinstated here, which Durant did have many years ago. They had little puddle jumper airlines that would come like from Dallas Love Field and Fort Worth, and they would stop in Sherman or Denison, and then here, and then up to Ardmore, Oklahoma, and Ada, Oklahoma, and then go up to Oklahoma City and Tulsa. There's kind of a whole corridor of aircraft. I'm assuming some of that would be for mail delivery. But yeah, it'd be cool to have commercial air service returned to this airport. More picture taking. Mason Jason Aviation. Now there's a great screen name saying hello. And hello to you, Mason Jason Aviation. Skysight Film says, is it me or does that prop look really small for that blue and yellow plane? Yeah, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. It looks, yeah, it does look a little small proportionally to some of the other aircraft that are on display here. Let's compare it to this one. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that's just the way that one is. But this trainer plane next to it looks like proportionally that prop is a little bit bigger. But this plane got here, I saw it land, and I saw it take off, and so it's working. Oh, and here's Alina with that question. She answered it on the air, but you know, when you're talking to someone, sometimes you don't retain everything that they're saying to you because you're busy doing other things. So she said the flights range from $195 to $295. S-35 Bonanza pilot with a $10 super chat, saying just a little gas money to help keep all this great coverage coming. Thank you, S-35 Bonanza pilot. Now, personally, I don't need any gas money because I have an electric vehicle, which I don't have to pull up to the gas pump anywhere, and there's plenty of range associated with my car to get me from home to here and back with volts to spare. But thank you. I'll definitely use it. Runway DFW member Mick Larkin says, I need to go. Thank you so much, Runway DFW, for a brilliant stream. See you and everyone for the next one. Mick, you must be from the UK or from Europe. No, I don't think people say brilliant when they in that I'm losing my words now because I may be getting a little hot. I am under shade, so that's good. But it may be time for us to pack up. Maybe we'll see another plane come in, and then we'll see what we can do about hanging up all our cables and heading back to our home turf. I've got grass to mow, you know. one of the planes we haven't seen. It's kind of parked far away, and there's always been people in front of it. I think we wandered over there earlier, but I don't believe this plane has been giving any rides. So it's just kind of a static display, but it's a cool looking airplane. Channel member John M says, drink a gulp of water, it helps. Oh, I've just about consumed my first bottle of icy water, and I think I'm getting ready to pop another one out of the cooler. That's the sound of me crushing the bottle so that it doesn't roll away. Okay, I'm looking up in the sky to see if we've got an incoming flight. We do have that Ike's bird still up in the sky. Some of the people who've come out here today on this very nice Saturday. Wow, they're playing their music even louder now. Mick Larkin says, Runway DFW, you were close. I'm from Dublin in Ireland. Don't they also use brilliant in the UK and Ireland as a description of weather? On a sunny day, you'll say it's brilliant. I think I've heard that on a UK forecast before. We just don't use that term in the US in that same way. Skysight Films says it looks like the Aero Commander is on its way back. That is the Ike's plane. We have some people dancing to our music here. They're not dancing to our music, of course. But they could be. Tell you what, we got some wacky music in our collection. Now we're on the Love Boat. Here's where we need that Hail to the Chief music. This is the President Eisenhower plane, which was the featured attraction here. John M. says it's good to see children enjoying three-dimensional entertainment instead of video games on a screen. Of course, if you get those goggle things, you could get three-dimensional entertainment, but I know what you mean. See, they're still playing music back there. I think they are. Well, I think we got the old bucket of bolts coming back. Yeah, they're still playing music. And once again, if you're just joining us, the reason we are carpeting our broadcast with non-copyright music is to avoid getting dinged by YouTube. Lots of people here to see this collection of classic military aircraft. So we got another plane going out. Great to see. Well, I think that's going to about do it for us. I don't know if that music... Oh, we've got Star Wars. We've got the like Star Wars music. Okay, Bucket of Bolts just came in. What we're going to do now is to thank everybody who's... Well, first of all, we're going to thank the Runway DFW Moderation Federation for hanging out with us today, and also the members of our channel. All right, well, you have been watching a very special edition of Runway DFW live from Durant, Oklahoma, Durant Regional Airport-Eaker Field for a commemorative Air Force air show featuring a bunch of smaller military aircraft. Thanks for watching, all or part of it. Thanks again to all our members, to our subscribers, new and old, and to especially our, well, anybody who's watching, but also especially to our moderators. We'll be back soon. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Bye, everybody.
Price is Right, which follows at most of the CBS stations.
We hope you liked it, too late to change it now.